All right. So yeah, welcome back everybody to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles series. Today, we're going to be starting in on the third case of the series. So last we left off, we had resolved the second case, which was basically after we successfully defended ourselves in the first case and cleared our name, our dear friend Kazma, who was said to go on a journey to journey to England to basically see the wider world as a student and as a lawyer both, to learn as much as he could from England. Once again, as a reminder, this takes place in the past, so at the turn of into the 1900s, Victoria era England and Meiji era Japan. And he also had some other mission that was apparently very grave, but we don't know a lot about. And he wanted to ask a favor of us, and that favor we found out was to go with him, to stow away on the ship that would take him to England and be there for him for whatever support that he wanted from us in whatever mission that he was going, that was so grave. However, at the beginnings of our second case, tragedy struck, for Kazma lay dead. Kazma lay fucking dead. They killed fucking Kazma, our boy, our best friend. But yeah, last time we resolved the case, we figured out the mystery of what happened to our dear friend, and it turned out that it was all an accident. That aboard the ship with us had been brought aboard a runaway prima ballerina from Russian ballet who was trying to escape that apparently horrible life that they were putting her through in that. And her only friend that she had brought with her was a cat, which we still don't know where the fuck that cat went. Where the cat is a mystery, but it was a cat who accidentally snuck through the vent between her and Kazma's cabin. When she entered in Kazma's cabin, she was to find her cat. Most everybody was drugged to sleep, so they wouldn't notice her climbing aboard because the crew snuck her in because she had grown up on the sea, and so a lot of the crew knew her from when she was a child, and they agreed to sneak her aboard. And so they put sleeping drugs in everybody's food so that they would all be asleep when this happened, so they wouldn't notice the sudden stop to pick her up. And but Kazma hadn't, because he had given us his food and he didn't like the chicken. But whatever. The point is that he was awake. She was so freaking nervous, and she thought he was going to call the authorities on her or something like that. So without really thinking, she pushed him and he hit his head, and that was fucking all it. That was all she wrote, man. That was all she wrote. But he was so freaking he wanted to help. He was just like, okay, I understand. I just want to ask my friend, I want to ask a second opinion about this. And he was gonna go wake us up from where we were stowing away and where we were passed out because we had been freaking drugged. But basically where we had been hiding out as a stowaway. So yeah, man, it was heart-wrenching and it was unfortunate. And in the end, after all that was resolved, we also met Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes, copyright distinct, who helped us solve the case as well. He was also aboard the ship. And in the end, we were going to be sent back to Japan, but we convinced them to let us try to friggin' power study throughout the ship voyage to become a lawyer, because all the requirements all the agreement was for this exchange, for the cultural exchange, whatever this is going on, was that there would be one lawyer and one judicial assistant. So if we could study up to become the lawyer, we would be able to take Kazma's place. And so that's what we were doing on the ship. Susato was going to teach us all that she knew in her capacity as a judicial assistant. And she knows a lot of very obscure facts and stuff like that. She's well studied. And we took up Kazma's katana. Basically, he said, the soul of a new Japanese man. We took up his katana, and we've taken up his mission, though we don't know the full details of what that mission was. Only that we will go to England and try to fulfill the desires that he had, his hopes for the future. Carrying the katana Karama, we found out his name was Karama. Karama along with us, a blade that compels its user to cut evil in twain. So let us see where this journey leads us now to the third case, assumedly arriving upon the shores of England. Let's go. Yes, episode 3, The Adventure of the Runaway Room, apparently. Let's go. Onward. Is a carriage.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes,
Copyright distinct.
once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Hell yeah. Concerto that where we were to play together in our dance of deduction. Oh, a train. Oh, is this supposed to be instead of the carriage? Oh, is that us and Susato?
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Locomotives?
This country is incredible.
Look at all those ads on those carriages.
I feel
Humanity
like
never changes.
I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
London. Oh, we've arrived.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
There's like a
I
mini
suppose
carriage.
you're, visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
London. What the fuck is this? Is this in the clock tower? Wow, they're just like, all right, guys. How British can we get with it? That's right, put it in Big Ben and also get some suits of armor in here. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief's Justice Office. Oh, okay. Get a red carpet as well. All right, okay. All right, sure. But yeah, at the beginning there, we had a little bit of a preamble, sort of written in the same style of like the Sherlock Holmes like kind of books or whatever. Last time we did that, it was a bit of a red herring. Like it was more like, oh, this is a tale, but that's not actually how the story went. Like it was just like part of the mystery was this speckled band, and the speckled band that was in our case turned out to be a cat's toy, but in their case it was just like, ooh, the speckled band, the snake, or whatever have you. So it was a little bit of a red herring. That didn't really say anything there, but who knows what's going to be going down here. All right, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Oh, we're here. My thoughts exactly, Susato. I'm speechless. Henry Inosuke. What an incredible place. Yeah. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, look at this shit. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Thanks, Susato. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, Kazuma would be with us. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. Oh, maybe it's not the oh yeah. Yeah, there we go. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. My boy. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan unless we can convince them that we can take Kazuma's place. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yep. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning, sorry to keep you. Oops, I accidentally right-clicked there. Who the fuck? Is this the Chief Justice? He looks, wow, look at the face, man, so serious. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted from your long voyage from Japan. Of course, he's got a little, like, little pocket watch. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Huh. Okay, so he is the Lord Chief Justice. Mail Strongheart. Mile Strongheart. That sounds right. All right. I wonder. Hold on one second. The name Mael is a boy's name of French Breton origin, meaning chief or prince. Okay. So in this case, probably referencing the chief part. Mael. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. That was his inner thoughts, man. Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Birds in the background. That's right, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Okay. Can I examine real quick? Can I examine? Okay, huzzah. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're... yes, they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. Practically, man. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. What? No. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Susato, have you just been reading fiction? Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? Probably personal notes from multiple tomes. What about what's going on with this shit over here? Just look at all the... oh no, this is about the books. Those naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. Susato seems like an avid reader. They're not all about British law either. They are books about judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? Oh, that was part of the last case a little bit. I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like the over-the-top tombstone that toppled over to me. That's toppled over to me. Okay. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stones here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. What about this shit over here, all the gears? Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean, it seems like it. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs makes considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Probably why he likes it. All right. Well. Let's go back to converse. present. We do have our court record. Oh, we have a band this time. This isn't our usual band. I mean, badge. We had a badge before. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. Oh, Kazuma! It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're a mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Oh man, you gotta consider things equally, man. Very impartial, I'm sure. Oh, Kazuma's name. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. But boy, don't worry, we'll carry on your legacy. Alright, let's talk to this man. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here, I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary technology. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Suzuha. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Just so. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and I will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Paris's World Fair, wow man. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Ah. Every empire meets its end. Every great monument shall wane. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news.
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese people are a people of protocol and courtesy. And I see that it's true. Very polite. And it is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would you now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is it then. The moment of truth.
Alright, continuing the study tour.
The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart. I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead?
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And there was Mr. Asogi, at least. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that's what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this to the man. Can't find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. Oh, what am I gonna say?
What would Kazuma tell you, man? Speak from the heart. Of course, why would I do? Why did they give us this option, dude?
Oh, hey, Lynn. Hello, welcome, welcome.
We go with this one, of course.
If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's...
Honestly, Susanoo could do it if this was the right time period for it. Susanoo could totally do it.
It's me. It's me. I can do it.
Sorry, you missed the second case? Yeah, man, it's all good. And the vault's always there if you wanted to go back and watch it, but yeah. Oh, man. The second case.
My boy. My best friend.
Tragic, but yeah, here we are now in the third case. Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but...
No qualifications, you say? And you still claim to be a lawyer?
I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. and I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Berea. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I had to carry on and do everything he planned to do. We're carrying on his legacy. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
31 seconds. What?
Sorry?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Yeah, this guy's gonna be all about time. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
Oh, thanks.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Okay, alright.
Huh?
But let me ask you one thing first, sir.
Yes?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, we don't know what his mysterious mission was, but whatever he promised, we wanna fulfill what he promised.
Well, yes, that's my intention.
I see.
Am I imagining things? Or does the expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden?
Because of whatever his freaking Kazuma's secret mission was. Does he know that we don't know? Very well. You have your wish. I will give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really?
All right, let's go. We also take a sip of water real quick, and then we'll see what our test will entail. But yeah, stay hydrated, everybody. Stay hydrated. All right. The test.
So, what form will the test take exactly?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? To ensure that all avenues are explored and that justice is upheld?
Well, defending people, of course.
Well, as a defense lawyer. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone.
Huh?
Your timing is perfect. In fact, there's an apt trial about to begin later today. Okay, later today, okay. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news.
today.
Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler?
Dude, how complicated is this case? What could be simpler? Just make sure he's not guilty. Jeez.
How do I get myself into these situations?
Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, good question. Ah, I remember.
Wait, you forgot?
It's a murder trial.
Of course it is. Of course it is. A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose.
You say that, but we're about to go on a journey.
That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. He'll be killed. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death.
We hold someone's life in our hands, man.
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short, sea-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable.
But you can't do that, can you?
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
He's testing our conviction, our confidence, ma'am.
The defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged.
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter?
You've fallen silent.
I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I won't do it. I'll do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. This is a big decision. And Ryunosuke has always been a little uncertain. So, it's as I suspected, is it?
Sorry?
You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through.
I was ready to say yes.
The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over.
What? You're giving up, Ryunosuke?
Yes, Lord Strongheart.
Thank you for offering me a chance. What? What? Hold up, we're giving up? What the fuck?
Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm sorry, Miss Susanoo, but what could I do?
It's all right. I understand.
You do?
It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. Oh, okay, all right, okay, yeah.
What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susanoo means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially. So we could do it. Would be utterly unforgivable. I feel exactly the same way.
I mean, okay, I guess by sending novice lawyers at it. But it's not like we haven't defended a murder trial case before. So I would get if he was just like, yeah, just send the newbie at it. Yeah, that would be more trivially, but okay.
I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Have you seen the potential in a man? Look at that fucking integrity!
Oh, was there something else?
It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time.
But I said that...
I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. Okay, so it's just like, it's us or nothing.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. If that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
But that's awful.
But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Yeah, you got nobody to appoint to this man? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Why not? The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
I'm really his only hope?
So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. By going to defend a murder? Enjoy, bitches. I'm out. Bye.
He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
All right. Hold on. Just in case. Is there anything to examine? Anything new? No. Okay, we're not. Okay, let's go. She's fucking ready to fight.
Mrs. Edo, can I just ask you something?
Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I'm fucking ready.
I know.
Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will.
You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom.
If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey.
All right, move then. We're going. The office of the Lord Chief Justice Strongheart in Britain's great capital city, London. Its grand stone architecture and the echoey tick of the vast cogwheels lends an air of authority. And the Old Bailey, London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. If we hurry up and catch a cab, we might just make it to the courthouse on time. All right, let's go. Constables. 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Let's meet our defendant.
Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you.
What the fuck is guinea?
It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
Did he go to the bathroom?
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense. That's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air. Almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced.
So hangs the weight of truth and justice in the air.
It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
All right. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Top of the morning.
Is this who we're defending?
What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Top of the morning. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Japan isn't racy no more. So how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No idea to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all well in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet now. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. What? Huh?
1,000 guineas?
Is a guinea? Is that how you say that?
Please, Mr. Zaddy, you don't have to shout.
1,000 guineas? But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, I see. You've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella, I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock.
Oh, is this who we're defending?
So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up.
I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial?
Blustering blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there is the centre of London. Just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park in central London?
A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Queer? Hold on.
Quar definition? Dialectal variant of queer. Okay.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now leave the gold to shame a good-for-nothing criminal, me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with a London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Now that we have a moment between his rant.
Good idea. Mr. Gillet, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourselves in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I saying, you daft idiot? I have given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that was true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all England?
Sure, man, yeah. What's happening?
Because he did, that's the only explanation.
What?
Well... well...
I know what you're thinking. The Chancellor of Fella claims to have more money than the Queen, but if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in England? Because he did. That's the only explanation. Well, I don't know. Not at all. That didn't seem like something we were thinking.
Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper.
The Reaper?
Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zix. He's the prosecutor.
The Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Okay, Lord Barak von Zix. Is this gonna be our major, like, the prosecutor that goes up against us, like Edgeworth is? In the main series? Okay. Baron van Zix. Maybe this is the ancestor to I think there's also somebody who's like the Van something or other, who's like the teacher of like something, whatever the lady lawyer's name's like something Van Karma. Okay.
The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
What are they like sayings for the prosecution? They call the accused as sacrificial lambs.
Oh, so nobody wants to stand against him. I see.
And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor.
Wow, dude, this guy's really setting us up as like, this is your one test to get a not guilty. He was just like, it's simple, really. Just get not guilty against this man. It was just like, and now he's never lost.
The accused has been damned. What? So it's reached a desperate situation. Oh, there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all.
Bullshit. We have a duty.
You would say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness, Lord Barak van Zix. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? Oh, what on earth?
The defendant is summoned and his counsel.
Please make your way to the courtroom. This trial is about to begin. His counsel. That would be me. What his time will he fella don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind's why you'd... Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? I know we did well. Well, that you made an appearance, I stood at the law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally don't know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Because he's alone.
Mr. Naruhodo,
The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed it to happen. Kazuma! Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, yeah, we'll go with this voice instead. If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose the right to stand. I'll be right there.
All right, here we fucking go.
It's happening then. My first trial in a British court.
And in terrible circumstances.
I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma.
But boy, this one's for you.
Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this.
We have it with us, Kadama, do we not? His blade. Let us be compelled to cut evil in twain this day. Oh, with the fire on both sides of it, black and white. Okay. 18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh. Who's this over in the front here?
So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different from the Supreme Court in Japan.
it feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant.
But we're speaking to people a lot of words here.
Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes. What?
Our wild-eyed stare again.
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it.
Oh wow, he's a fucking vampire over here. Oh, this is our judge.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGildred. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The way his pose is, I want to go, blah. Dracula, the prosecution is fully prepared, but I feel like he's gonna be here a lot, so. I don't want to go that kind of voice for him. The prosecution is fully prepared. Something like that. Or, like, if it's Van, maybe it's like, the prosecution is fully prepared. No, wait, it's going into the British accent again. The prosecution is fully prepared. Prepared. No, we're doing another accent for this. The prosecution is fully prepared. That's gonna be too easy. The prosecution is fully prepared. We'll just go with that.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Japanese, but Nippon. Yeah, okay. He likes the determination in our eyes, or the wild look in our eyes, or whatever. What is he going with here? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. Shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. Do they shroud it? I think it's kind of obvious. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Okay, so that's why it pleases him. It pleases him because we look like prey. But man, you'll see from the first case, wolf in sheep's clothing, bitch. Remember when he first said objection? He said the animalistic desire to take down his prey. Look out, bitch. Be hiding a lion up in this biznatch. All right, show him Ryunosuke.
Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. Gilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
It's all he's got.
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to have opportunity to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. Gilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that? He donated £5,000 to the government the other day.
Mother, please, may we go and play Mr. McGilderbug?
It seems as though everyone in Public Gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
He has a good public opinion, but that doesn't mean nothing. Like, he paid money to the government, but where is he getting all this fucking money from?
That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
It just goes to prove the fearsome reputation of the other guy.
Eloquently put, Mr. Gilded, and most laudable sentiment. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you.
These are our jury.
That you six members of the public have been selected for your impartiality.
This guy's got a knife. Why does he have a knife?
Are you ready to proceed?
Juror number 1.
Yes, my lord, if the task is to send robbers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish properly. Promptly, naturally, I agree.
Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
I don't need to say anything.
I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these knits for my grandson.
Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from the 2 completely different points of view.
But how exactly did the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
All right, we're winging it by the seat of our pants. Let's go.
Yes.
Prosecutor Van Zykes.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom.
Oh, a number of years.
I thought you'd renounced your fame.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years had passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
5 years?
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
Oh, okay, dude, all right. Something's going down, man.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose a day of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Yes, please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason.
Sorry, thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Ooh, stabbed.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard.
Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
Thank you. Please let us see it in the court record. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus, the knife in color. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured by from view by an old crooked hat. Hold on. Name, Thrice-Fired Mason. Age, 54. Occupation, brickmaker. Time and cause of death, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife. Whilst journeying in an omnibus, died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay, nothing really exceptional there. He's missing a button. Maybe that'll come into play later. That's about all we can see from this, I think. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel?
Yes, my lord. Seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What?
Oh, he had bloody gloves on him? Uh-oh. Was it the victim's blood?
Mr. Gilded gloves had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a blood stain on the right glove. Only on the right glove. Is Mr. Gilded left-handed?
How did I get into this?
All right, let's look at the court record.
This is definitely blood, isn't it? And the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London.
Well, nothing will come of grumbling now.
No, by the way, is Mr. Gilded right-handed?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Okay.
Pity. If only he'd be left-handed.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
Spin to win. Spin, spin, spin. Anything in the gloves? No, I don't see anything. Don't see jack shit. All right, these are pretty straightforward, it seems. Nothing of addition on them. Okay.
I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2.
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I am in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Like being cradled in a little rocker, 'tis apparently.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilting so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
But why is it specifically between the finger and the thumb?
So the blood got into his gloves then after the man had been killed.
I can only think it's from trying to grab the dagger and pull it out, maybe? Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it.
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Typing furiously.
Oh, Dad! Oh, Dad! Oh, Dad!
Dar. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. But the carriage driver was there, was he not? This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, we're gonna hear from them all at once? Okay. And the group thing again. A very cold gentleman there. Alright, before we question the witnesses, let me take a sip of water here real quick. Stay hydrated, everybody. Stay hydrated. All right. Van Zyxen. Witnesses, your name and occupations. Beppo.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo.
Something like that, maybe. Kind of like the old guy voice. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First.
Lady First.
I make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right. Just go with that accent for him.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Witness testimony. All right, here we go. What the witnesses saw. So we're gonna get to listen to their entire thing first.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers I have remembered well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed at it. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, Counsel.
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the insides of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
You've only just arrived, dude.
Huh?
And tell me, my Nepalese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What do you mean? The actual scene? How he's brought the whole carriage in here?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes.
The omnibus in which the bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus.
Oh, there's right there. They really carried that shit in there. I guess it's on wheels, they pushed it.
So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
Okay, so 2 on top and 2 in the bottom. Like the double-deckers.
4 passengers are seated inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight on the roof, allowing the view of the interior from the seat above.
Oh, okay.
A skylight. Oh.
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
All right, the entire omnibus. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene is evidence.
Yeah, let's look at this.
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder is horrible.
Oh, we get to go in. Dude, poggers. Yeah, all right. Yes, the defense would like to examine.
That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start in 6 months. 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
That's the skylight. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
Is it there glass, or is that just like a grid?
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin, at least. Blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
To really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder.
Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due.
Okay, yeah. It's the same thing. That the Crystal Tower looks like the Eiffel Tower. Okay.
What's this? The seat has a handle, it seems.
Oh, there's shit in here.
This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubes, tools for repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage. That's for sure. I mean, what's all this space?
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Why not?
Why is this still not coming up as... Oh, does it not come up as a check mark? Can't look at that more precisely. All right. No handle on this seat, though. All right, I'm not seeing anything else. Full 360. All right, let's go to the outside.
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
Very cool. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Okay, as the name of the protagonist of the main series, his English name. Alright, doesn't seem there's anything we can click on here except for over this. Oh no, we can go up here now.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so.
Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
Got a handle?
You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Okay, so there is glass there.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
Yeah, but what about the latch? There is indeed a latch. Okay, alright. And then... Is there anything else to say here? Nope. Okay, then this is where the driver was sitting. Don't see anything particular here. Nope, alright. I think this is all. Wait, what's this at the front? Is this something that we can read? Okay, it's not gonna let us do anything specific unless it's got the thing on it. Okay, alright. Well, I think we've examined this pretty thoroughly. We'll have to come back and see if there's any other specific things that we might want to bring up later. Alright. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence.
Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary.
I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here.
Already done, dude.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel.
Pray, don't expect us Nepalese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
Wow, bitch, a stray. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus.
Ooh. Like with the stained glass kind of vibe in the background. What the witnesses saw. Let's press every piece of these guys' dialogue.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, okay, so this is where we can move to look at what the other witnesses are doing.
Oh, yes, that's right, sir. Yes, it was ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact.
Oh, okay, so this is how we move to the different... Yeah, this is how we did move to look at the different guys here.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
Alighted?
You're quite right, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then?
I have to say, the boss insists on running. He does every evening. That bus of the day. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. I feel like this guy... I don't know if I like... He's a strong... They give him a strong profile kind of vibe. The victim and the man accused were sat next to each other inside the bus. Maybe something a little bit more like that.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the... Oh, no, I'm going to the accident again. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. At the feet of the people sitting by the eye. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. But not their faces. Could he have swapped outfits with them? The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. No way they could switch the entire outfits, though, but somebody else could dress up like him.
There's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGild is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anybody else.
Okay, good. I like this voice. We'll stick with this one.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here.
I really wish there was.
Somebody's short stature could have fit in the stuff in the friggin' storage bin area.
Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his gut.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum and hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Dinkum?
Dinkum meaning of an article or person, genuine, honest, true. Okay.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up.
I guess hackles up.
Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's... My lord.
Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other they shouldn't be, every one of them.
Biased as fuck.
And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Did he just light the fire to be, like, guilty? Ooh, he adds his flame to the weight. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, okay.
There's no point in wasting time listening anymore. That's my opinion on the matter anyway.
Hold it. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
The fuck, kids? Without even hearing the full shit?
What the? What's happening here?
Let me see. Yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago.
So these enormous scales fall completely to the black side. Does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right, you stabbed him. I screamed at it. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
I don't want this to be too close to Renosuke's voice, but...
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little Chen sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed.
I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see. So I was just gazing absentmindedly around. Well then, when I happened to look down through the skylight, it was sticking right out of from his belly. That huge gray knife.
Okay, so he didn't see the precise moment that he was stabbed. Keeps adjusting his hat. He's a terrible hat maker.
A grim sight indeed.
Ah, that didn't help me at all.
The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Gilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yeah, sir?
Is this the knife you saw? Oh, we get the knife now? Thanks for adding this to court evidence late.
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it, the very one, sir. Is that...
Yes, counsel, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
That is a blade of considerable size, counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned promptly with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Dude, the M could be anything, dude. Ugh, please now. M for Magnus, perhaps. McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Can we see where he purchased this from? Oh, he's getting nervous again.
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
Objection.
This blade is far too extravagant for a proper brickmaker to have owned. No. This weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Ugh.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
A murder weapon has been entered into the court record. A large-ish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. Alright, hold on, remember, I gotta examine this dagger that we just put in our evidence.
That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades.
But don't we have Kazuma's katana?
Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like.
Oh, we're gonna open it? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, okay, nice, okay. Where's this M engraved in the hilt? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's on this side.
An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilden's initials.
Could be a W.
It's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think.
Ah, what is it?
Oh, sorry, what is it?
Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
That's what I said.
A W.
Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
Turnabout. I think it's the name of one of the previous games.
I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M.
Oh. Well, that idea was quickly quashed.
Yeah, my idea was quickly quashed too. Alright, is there anything else we're particularly looking at here? Besides the blood.
Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. I'm sorry, that looks a lot like blood.
It surely is blood. The victims.
Ugh. An Englishman blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. I mean, blood is blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand.
Well, that's all we got on this blade. Anything in the scabbard? I don't see shit. Okay. All right. Fucking thoroughly examining this shit. Eyes fucking peeled. Guys, this case is not looking good for us. All right. Right, member of the jury, continue.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Juror number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGildred is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However...
Oh, no, however.
Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to...
Dispose of the rubbish.
Wow, ain't we mightily fucked here, fellows. Can they take back their fire?
No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
Hold it.
I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Wow, ain't we mightily fucking screwed here, fellows.
Not again.
Wow, we're kind of fucked here right out the gate. Does it have to be unanimous?
That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
Yeah, the grandma and the shorter gentleman.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... all right, I'll keep trying.
Do we have to keep going?
I can't give up.
This is the only way we can elucidate the situation, is keep pressing.
I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
Oh wait, did we go through the full thing? Oh no, we haven't yet. This is the last statement.
Okay.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Yes, and the other passenger had the knife in his hand and like this.
Pulling it out, perchance.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGildred.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What?
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, juror number... yeah...
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As a master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself,
Yeah, thank you, please.
but I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say.
No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Shrover Blaze. The finish is in sight.
Every time we press a witness, this shit is freaking us over. All right, Grandma, it's all on you.
Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
Grandma, it's all on you.
Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimony of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. I still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near here where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
So we're doing wonderful things for the city.
That's right. A man like that couldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, maybe go to the Gilded Public Library later.
And public library.
And borrow some more books.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Oh, dude, the music change. All right.
What kind of man is he? What kind of man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from?
That's what I was asking.
Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
Shylock.
Meaning?
A Venetian Jewish moneylender it's from a play as a villain in a play, as a moneylender. One, a relentless and revengeful moneylender in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. So a hard-hearted moneylender is what it is. So it comes from a play.
What? Stone the crows?
Mr. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. Is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It would come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
Good gracious.
The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. So how did he end up on the carriage? And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it.
Oh, Susato.
If I might add something briefly.
Miss Susato.
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim?
Yeah, give us the evidence.
Is he allowed to just drink it?
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
There it is, the Lord Venzike's hallowed chalice.
Oh my god, there it is, guys! Rah rah, we're all... What does this mean, dude?
Wow, I'm such a fan.
How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hey, Shutterbug! Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Alright, yeah, Susato's helping us. Hell yeah. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Alright, add to the court record.
Oh,
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. Thank you, yes. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
Marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
All right, a catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest includes the victim who owed 20 guineas.
Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
All right, let's look at this. Move aside. Oh, we can spin it. Spin. Okay, nothing on the back. Very plain. All right, let's open it.
This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside?
We have to! Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you, we will not find Mr. Holmes's name inside. Mr. Sholmes's.
Well, let's see what we find. Can't read shit.
Tell us what it says.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all. Not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Goodness.
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Nah, I can't read this shit.
Bruce Fairplay.
Okay, that's one of the freaking... Okay.
that means something to me. It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Yeah, it's one of the witnesses.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
The details of the debtor's ledge have been updated. Okay, among the defendants' list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loans imminently. Alright, is that all we got? Is there, like, nothing more in here? Nope, alright. That's it! Alright, well, we have some new information. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a petty little park, too. Sorry, such a pretty little park, too. Oh, what a scoundrel.
Uh-oh.
Still. Maybe it's all for the best.
Wait a minute, let's think about this a little more before.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Alright, all the jurors are in agreement. This man is fucking screwed. Now all that matters is what happens, what the judge's verdict is.
That was it. The last juror's decision.
According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
There's a footnote, though.
Yes, the footnote. Read the fine print. We're grasping at straws here. We'll take anything.
However, the defense...
Wait! Fucking Susano, finish your sentence!
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. Hold it. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
Wait, I object. Ryoskia, get in there. Fucking Susato was talking to us. Susato, finish your sentence. Miss Susato, just tell me one more thing.
Oh, yes?
Did you not finish your sentence? Did we not get to hear it? You're in the middle of saying something for yeah, finish it. The footnote in the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment.
Wait, you pull your book back?
When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty...
Court proceedings, yeah, get to the point.
Court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
Yes! Let's do it.
Summation examination? Let's go.
Objection!
P heard that from across the way. A summation examination. That's right, I heard you. From which century has that term you have there been resurrected? How long ago was this? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Bullshit! Judge! Is it written out of the law? Is it still in there? We demand it.
Oh.
What even is it, Mr. Zato? This so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. It's our last option, dude. Typical Japanese. Wow, fuck off! We're in a like you'd go in a foreign land and we'd be like, ugh, typical, whatever. I don't know if he's British or whatever. Fucking bastard.
All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became something of a formality, with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Bullshit. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. Changing one member of the jury's mind, okay. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Just because it's hard to do doesn't mean it's impossible.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that though it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct.
That's right, bitch.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Let's do it.
A summation examination. Our last possible option. We assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat.
Assert our right. That's what Kazuma would have wanted. It is our right. Forget it.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth.
Oh, hello.
Hold on, I'm trying. I want. Hold on. Is no rat poison, nor is Nort rat poison. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, can't figure out how exactly the. Anyway, thank you, thank you, much appreciated. All right, Van Zeeks. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
They ain't buried yet. But it's our right. It's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
Oh, but if it's all right, it's all right.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the submission examination.
Hell yeah.
This is madness. No, this is the Ace Attorney series.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Well, I'm not,
There is no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. Sorry, that's the voice we gave him.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying luck. She's just typing.
that seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Yeah, if it was a 50 years ago old law, then probably not.
All right then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial findings.
The jurors' contentions. All right, hold on. Hold on real quick before we get to this. I'm just going to go refill my water real quick. And then we will continue here in this case. But yeah, for just 1 second here, real quick. Be right back. Be right back. Just a moment. My God, hold on, it's so quiet. My God, we've left it so quiet. Let me pull up a little bit of music. Hold on. Just gonna go refill my water real quick, but let's get a little bit of something running while I'm away here. Hold on. All right, there we go. Be right back. right. I'm back. I'm back. Refilled my water. Did a little bit of stretches too. Been sitting here for a couple hours, so good to stand up and do some stretches. But yeah, let us continue here with the third case. So yeah, we're going to be doing, basically, all of the jurors here have decided their verdict. It's guilty, and we have one last desperate option to try to convince them to hear their reasoning for why they've done their verdict, and to try to convince them otherwise. So here we go. The jurors' contentions.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
How did the guy have money to even drive the carriage if he was the last of he didn't have anything to his name?
He's like the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far, drawing the logical conclusion.
I can trust the guild. Higher fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
This scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
He didn't stab him on the floor, though?
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully informed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some warm, heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says.
But then...
They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses.
So we back it up with evidence.
In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Yeah, some people get stubborn.
And then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Individually? Divide and conquer?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements.
Hell yeah.
If we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more of the jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I may be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
All right.
can we start proceedings, Counsel?
Yes, yes, yes.
I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord.
Here we are, standing against him. The defense's rebuttal.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
All right, what do we got in the court record? No one else inside the carriage at the time. We could present the carriage itself. I mean, the victim was in the carriage. All right, we'll come back to this one because I'm a little bit uncertain about this one. Has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Okay, see, the other person said it's never been raised above 4 pence. So if there's 4 passengers, then the fare would only be 16 pence, no? Okay, so we know that he didn't stab him on the floor, so we can... Are we supposed to press each one of these? Because that's going to recoil, right? Oh, we can also look at the people. Miles Strongheart, 52, the Lord Chief Justice, who wields absolute authority in judicial matters, including the appointment of lawyers. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. Magnus McGilded, 48, the defendant in this case. He's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist with a wonderful reputation in London. Okay, I'm going to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. And then Barrick Van Zykes, 32. Prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. So he must have been 27 when he disappeared from when he took a 5-year absence. Thrice fired Mason, the victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who apparently owed the defendant a considerable sum of money. Beppo, 62, the driver of the omnibus on which the murder took place. He's an eyewitness in the incident. Bruce Fairplay, a gentleman who works as a city banker. He witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. And Leigh D. First, an apprentice milliner who witnessed the incident from his seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. Okay. So we can't present right now, so let's go back to the beginning. Oh, we can, but we can press R to pit. Okay, I can do this. We can pit the people with the fares against each other, so we don't know the exact fare. There was okay, so this is where we pit them against each other. I trust the driver as XM member. Here we go. You can trust the guild. Fair fares are our motto. We haven't raised price above 4 pence for years. All right.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Hey, do explain yourself, Counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blazes, maiden and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
Ooh, we're pacing.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
This lady changes her voice every time she speaks. We'll go with that one.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus
is always 4 pence. Which means there would be, he took 20 pence, then who's the other passenger with the additional 4 pence?
But it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
Simple math! 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication...
I've just realized this as well. It would be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Oh, we're holding with our hand on the sword like Kazuma. Oh, my boy. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. That's right, bitches.
Good gracious.
All in the amount of fare he took.
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
Figures your coachman's claim most certainly do not add up. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
All right, then how do I make it so this miserable trial is end?
We convinced him. Get your fire back over here, mother trucker.
Well, according to my book here,
thanks God for Susanna,
you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go? Wait till I get my hands on your Beppo.
We're about to start a fucking bonfire in this biznatch.
Oh, this is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
The math adds up. Woo!
I don't have a mic, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
That's right, bitch. Take this, Van Zyke. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
Then that's where you must strike next.
It's the 2 people that can't agree how the man was stabbed. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other, and so there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue your summation examination.
So I haven't been pressing these statements because it said they have a chance to recoil on us, and they'll just get more entrenched into it. So I'm not gonna press. But I think we can, because all this lady says is, yeah, I've just been typing, and it's the logical conclusion, and it's pretty true. Alright, so let's pit these two against each other, because he says he stabbed him like this, while the other lady says it's a different way of stabbing.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, Counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness. They allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? I mean, the freaking cab driver was pretty clear it was an overhead stab. What sort of motion was it? Ha! Wanna test me, do ya? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How do you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it... See my knitting needle? It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I'm never there. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches. What a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth
Of what they saw. Probably the guy who's in debt.
Oh,
But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I know why someone would lie. So if he says that, so the one guy who said that he stabbed him when he was lying down could have just been him pulling the knife out of the guy's gut, which was the coachman. But there's a reason why Fairplay would lie. Because he's in debt to the guy. I don't know that yet. I do. Possibly. You can ask. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
nice, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Woo! Bitches, are we even? The scales are even again! Huzzah! I love that the backing on here also turns white or black depending on where the current victory lies.
The scales?
I don't believe it. That's right, they were all very quick to do it, but now we're even. Wait, sorry, hold on. This guy's accent.
Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
Magic, dude. He's a student. This is the student uniform in Japan.
Yeah, if I can use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Dark Jinx.
Okay. Dark Jinx.
Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of the events?
Because it clearly shows that somebody's lying.
What of it?
Let's say that Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm?
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I shall take this needle to you.
They're really set to kill each other now. We've done our job. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of said crime?
What do we got in our court record? Probably it's out of the question, right? Stabbed once. There we go. That's all we need to know. It's out of the question.
Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
Yeah, good job, man. It was a distinct possibility, but we have facts to say otherwise.
So, where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
All right, let's do it.
It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of same crime, as proven by
the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't have possibly seen it happen two different times. All right. I concede defeat.
Dude, we're even going further on this?
All right. The scales have shifted. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty?
Woo!
We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won!
Woo! We're turning this shit around. There's more to be discovered in this case.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if a chap ever dares to cross the ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp. He's licking the blade, dude. That's unhygienic. Okay, all right. Take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. This guy's creepy.
Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. Ooh. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to advocate. And the trial must continue. The trial goes on. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Hell yeah, man, we're in hot pursuit. We're in hot pursuit like a bloodhound.
So, Lord Van Zyx, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Yeah, let's tackle the two things that we unraveled, the inconsistencies in logic here. One, who is lying about seeing the stabbing? Because there's 2 different moments that people describe the stabbing. And 2, where did the extra fare come from? Was there a mysterious additional passenger? Oh, he crushed it. That's dangerous, my dude. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Okay. Somebody's gonna have to clean up the glass. Dramatic, my dude.
Lord Van Zyx.
Brr, is it cold in here or is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. Oh, that's why he didn't say anything. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury.
Wow, fucker.
Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, he's removed his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that it did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Well, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio,
Mio Dio. Is he from Spain?
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
All right, here we go. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear.
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
5 pence.
He fell us on the ferry did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It was all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he was stabbed him. He stabbed him. Yes, he did. Yeah, I think so, yes.
I think so. I think what it comes down to is this guy, the guy didn't see him stabbing the guy, and that guy, the coachman, saw the maybe McGilded pulling out the dagger.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly cousinage. He asked for 5 pence instead. Cousinage, the practice of deception, trickery.
Beppo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's hire is 4 pence across the board, you know that. I might understand, as you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare.
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, the other way.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish action have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
10 pence in the bus.
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
Okay, so there is no phantom additional passenger.
No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Damn straight. We won't be intimidated, bitch.
Absolutely.
Woo! Cross-examination time.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right?
It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out.
I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night.
Could have been.
Then we would have had another suspect.
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Okay.
Hold it!
You press all the facts.
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did.
I paid 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of.
This so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Well, it was. Just not in a way that was useful for an additional passenger. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed. It's gone. Dead and buried.
I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fell us on the ferry did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
Blood-curdling sight.
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murderer, I presume? Yes, sir.
A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken.
Nobody witnessed the eyes of the man.
Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
Good gracious, really?
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I'd heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's why when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out of his belly all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before. It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? I feel like I've given these guys similar voices to the witnesses we had in the first case. But listen, I only got so many voices in here. I only use so many. If it's their characters. There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. What are we wasting all the time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip.
Sure.
I suppose. Might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck,
which is when the stabbing would have happened. And then if he goes all the way to go see it and sees him stabbing again, that wouldn't have happened.
I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight.
Can you see it from that position? I don't think you can.
The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Oh, look out. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that?
Eh. Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. You know, some days they're like that. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance? Or some days, you know, some days are like that. I mean, he could have, but let me see. Are we saying that Fairplay saw it? You didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No chance based on his position. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of the omnibus, that is.
Peeping. I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the coachman being able to see it. Are we talking about him being able to see it?
It was grim scene, I don't mind telling you.
My bad. If it was the other guy, I might have picked the other answer. I don't know if it mattered.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hard under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
So we can go back to this guy. If you want to, but okay.
You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Okay. Hands, though? Hands?
Hold it!
Double? Plural? Blood-soaked.
Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Lies. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight.
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw.
Spanker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it.
When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record.
Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we managed to keep our chances alive here.
I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light.
If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before.
Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information.
That's right. Dude, I already pressed all the facts.
Yes, you're so right.
I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction.
Among these witnesses. Yeah, no, I already got it. That was pretty obvious. Yeah. Remember, if you
happen to spot the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as a reason. Yep, okay, yeah.
I remember.
All right, let's get back to the man's statement. All right, here we go. Present. The gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Plural.
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a bit thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay. But that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-handed glove.
Arrgh! What, is he chewing his cane, dude? He's fucking gonna beaver this shit? Like, what is this? Alright.
In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Yeah. But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
Well, it turns out the coachman was the liar as well, so... Gah. A little bit.
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Grr.
Grr. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Alright, well,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. Yeah, except to be fair, we're nitpicking the details. There was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
Yeah, he said he was helping him.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated they see blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Yeah. Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. Hold on.
Prevaricate.
Speak or act in an evasive way.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case?
Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Something to show this man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. He owed the man money. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that would clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
The debtor's ledger.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The accused extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to the ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, will the creditor, the defendant here, be sentenced to a capital punishment? All outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist?
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant.
Gag! Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my large, Lord Larg.
Okay.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth in a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
Interesting. Another set of gloves. We're missing a bloodied pair of gloves. First, what do you got? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
I don't want to go too close to the voice we have from Ramirez to this.
I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Way more upbeat. We're gonna go with.
Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was both of his hands, not just one.
We're missing a pair of bloody gloves, dude.
What? What?
Dude, why? Dude, this is good for our case. Why is he just like, oh no, this is good. It means we have missing evidence right now.
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes.
Yargs. Okay.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
All right. Another witness testimony. What the witnesses really saw. Let me take a sip of water before we get into this. Stay hydrated, everybody. It's a lot of talking. Need the old whistle. All right. Let's do this then. Another round, witnesses. Let's go. There was blood on both hands of the sailor, and I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. Practically the same thing.
That's really not what Tenchstone is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. Oh, I already did that. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts that he was stabbed. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord.
All right, let's go.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands.
Yeah, which means they're missing a pair of bloody gloves if they're so sure about it. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Because it is what he saw.
Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know.
But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time.
You have a loan of 20 Guinness outstanding. Guineas? Guinness?
Oh, whatever. I don't know. British currency. old British currency with the defendant, do you not? Guineas? Guinness? Guinness. Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? Oh, had you hoped? It's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. The Derby. He bets on the horses. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. Sure, Mr. Gambling Guy.
Ha, a little guinea or 10.
I'm a banker, and no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands.
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Gillo's gloves has any sign of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGillid sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
Oh, interesting. He wasn't wearing these gloves.
That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly.
It's true that the dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. What? What? Where'd these gloves come from?
There wasn't blood on his hands.
This is quite puzzling indeed.
Yeah, what the fuck's happening with these gloves?
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir, that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Sorry about what I said before, sir. Very, very sorry, yes. It is very wrong of me to make up stories and sit there so I'm stab the man. What do you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories.
Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Haha, what the fuck? Ryunosuke. Well, you were seeing something.
Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see, it was all I could do to keep from passing out,
He was fighting hypothermia, tooth and nail.
Yes, my head was very frozen solid, sir. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Beppo.
Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen it.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place.
Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
New information. That's right. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
They might not have been able to, because there was something.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding the omnibus, this omnibus, and witnessed the event in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nepalese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plane of the omnibus. Where exactly on the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
All right, we know exactly where. Under the seat here. Because this is where the driver was. This is, to see through the skylight, assumedly this is where these guys were sitting. Not the front. And then this is where the victim and the other person assumedly were, and that's why they had a straight line of sight straight to them. I mean, it's possible there could have been somebody here, but we're gonna go with underneath this.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. I was gonna go for under the seat, but yeah, sure. The other seat across the way.
That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Bitch! Do you...
What the fuck?
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
No? Well, if this guy was in here, and this guy was in here, and this guy was driving, and these two clearly saw each other on the top, then who the fuck? Nobody else is relevant in this case. Unless it was the driver? I mean, the guy's short. Maybe the passengers didn't see him.
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck?
Dude, I have no idea. Like, it could be the driver. If I say I have no idea, do the horses have to be driven? If they know the path well enough, will they be okie dokers? I don't know. And the other guys might have seen them? Could he really have been no one? I have an inkling.
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name.
Alright, let's do this. Let's do this then. I mean, if we don't put forward a name, then what do we got? They're gonna be like, well, conjecture. Bye. You are a fool. Yep, this is all we got though. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
The passenger... Okay, alright.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that obscured from view was... Susato, Miles Strongheart, Magnus McGilded.
What if it was Magnus? And the other okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. What if Magnus was the person occupying the other seat, and the person that they saw is somebody else entirely, like Beppo? Could I say this guy? Could I say what they saw wasn't this guy? Can I do this?
Take that!
Passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh wow, light that shit on fire, dude. How many glasses he got? The gilded child gone. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalices, of which I have multiple, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zyx.
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
Well,
The bloody scene unfolded. The victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which the case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What?
if the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord.
Yeah, we're missing some gloves here.
Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact.
He was asleep.
Unless, that is, you're proposing an even more preposterous explanation. No, it's not. He was asleep. The accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Yes. Ah, why be eyeing? He said he fell asleep.
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gilden would have been unaware of it. Is it?
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused Mr. Gilden to the stand.
Well, what say you, Counsel?
Yeah! The more witnesses, the merrier. Let's go. The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Okay, or dude, let me see his testament to the police. Hello? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act.
Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
Demand his testimony. We're hunting down the truth.
Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth.
Oh, he's raising his hand.
The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Miss McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
Well, something needs to and get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
All right.
He must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
God, no, it is not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. Gilded. Mr. McGilded. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In a carriage on the night with myself and another man, there was another passenger.
It's true.
I mean, he could be lying out his teeth. Of course, he's just like, wow, only way I get out of this shit and not die?
It was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What?
A little urchin. No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Anzax. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
What? Okay, well, we'll go with that.
If the police had known the way one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the clear courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the waiting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We've absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Bang? With a bang?
Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to go away! After them! No use! I can't see anything and throw the smoke!
What is going on? A fucking smoke screen?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Toxic smoke screen? Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Or, bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Okay.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
The fucking hell? A fucking bang? A fucking smoke screen? We're hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid the scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, to be continued. All right. To be continued and perfectly at the 4-hour mark. We'll be continuing this next time. We'll be continuing this next time. Like I said, just to save my voice. Just to save my voice, not running too long on this, because sometimes these cases can go a little bit long. We're splitting the streams for these in two. So this is the first part of the third case, and we'll be seeing the conclusion mayhaps next time. We'll be seeing the conclusion next time, so let's save. And then we will continue our pursuit of the truth in the case of the adventure of the runaway room when we return same time next week. When we return same time next week. So, a third passenger, a little urchin girl apparently in the cabin. Someone fucking lighting that fucking freaking courtroom on fucking fire in a smoke screen. What happened? What happened? What's the truth at the heart of this case? Where is the mysterious extra pair of bloodied gloves or unbloodied gloves? Because I think the people said that when they apprehended the guy, he didn't have gloves on him. Where these gloves, other fucking gloves come from? I'm just like, I'm a little bit confused on the matter of the gloves. But we're clearly, either if the person's hands was, he wasn't wearing gloves, and the person that stabbed him, and both hands were covered in blood, then where are these other pair of gloves? They're missing McGildeds. There's clearly something going on here. They couldn't actually see the faces of the guys who stabbed them, so something's going down. And we'll get to the heart of the matter next time. But yeah, very interesting start to the third case here. And we're currently defending McGilded or whatever, but if he is kind of an asshole of a moneylender, man. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but we're doing our job as a defense, and if he didn't do it, man, he didn't do it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. So we'll see what's happening with it. We'll see what's happening with it, and if we can get the not guilty verdict in this case, and also, pass this trial that's been set before us, so we can get our certification as a lawyer here in Great Britain and continue on Kazuma's wish. But yeah, for now, that is going to be it for me. Like I said, we'll be back with the second part of this case, same time next week. As for the next stream, it's going to be our usual Tuesday rating day in Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to be trying to get our re-clears again for the Arcadian. And hopefully get our official second kill as a static on M4S. Last weekend, this last weekend, we tried to get our second kill on our second raid day. We've only killed the last boss once, and we pushed real hard for it, but we couldn't quite get there. So we'll see if hopefully this time we'll clean a little bit up about it and be able to get our second kill. Some of us did manage on Sunday. We managed to get Nobu. Nobu managed to get some friends together, and we some of us did a second run, and it wasn't with the full loot because some of the people had already run it before that week, so we didn't get all of the loot on it, but we did get a weapon to drop, and it was luckily the paladin weapon, so at least Uru got his weapon, and those of us that went got an extra book, which basically is an extra token to be able to eventually turn in for loot. So we at least got our week's additional token. But yeah, we'll see if we can't get that freaking goddamn boss down this time. And also for the Final Fantasy XIV, there's currently a collaboration with Twitch going on in which you can gift or subscribe to 3 people. It's either all on one channel or across 3 separate channels. And if you do that, you can get a mount in the game. It's the little snowman mount that I think was for the one of the Christmas seasonal events in the past, where you're basically your character's inside the snowman, and whenever you fly, you like put the snowman head over your head, and so you're just like a little snowman flying around. But this one, instead of having like the red scarf in the usual one, this one has like a purple scarf, I believe. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, there's currently that promotion going on. So, so we're gonna be, hope if anybody was wanted to toss some support my way and also get them out, well, there you go. Well, there you go. Once again, it's either all on one channel or across, or cumulative across several channels. But I'm definitely going to be probably subscribing to some people that I know that stream the Final Fantasy XIV that I enjoy watching. To get them out, a good excuse to maybe for a little bit of money, toss some support some people's way. But yeah, so to end out on here, let's pull up a little bit of a song to end out on. But yeah, thanks everybody that popped by to say hi and to hang out. I appreciate y'all, and the couple of you that followed, much appreciated. Hope everybody has a good rest of their day, night, whatever time zone. Be safe out there and take care of yourselves. Let's see, a little bit of a song here to end out on. Let's go with... Oops, Sorry, that was just the first song in the playlist. Let's go with this one. All right, thanks again, everybody, and until next time.
I fall in and I never learn. The same flame and I'm always hurt, picking my pieces from the ashes on the floor. Push away, but it's killing me. Smoke lungs when I try to breathe, filling me up with doubt to hold them in my core. Oh, when you're here, oh, when you're near, oh, it burns, and nothing I felt before. Oh, when you're here, oh, when you're near, oh, it burns, and nothing I felt before. And nothing I felt before. So close and I'm terrified. Distrust when I'm on a high, I can't stop, so I'm here waiting on the fall. Pull me close and it's hard to leave. I didn't think I could ever feel something like this, and now I know I need it all. Oh, when you're here, oh, when you're near, oh, it burns, and nothing I felt